Yeah, buddy, here we are. We're back. We're still doing it. We're going to be watching some Fallout tonight. I hope you guys got your snacks and your drinks. I've got some popcorn and a soda. And we're going to get it started here in a minute. I hope everybody's doing good and you're ready for the weekend. Hope you're off work and relaxing, chilling. And good stuff. We're watching myself over here in the background, giving myself an extra view on YouTube. Kill it for now. Alright. Here we are, you guys. You guys remember how this works? Meet me at 5 seconds. And we're gonna count to 3 and we're gonna press play. We're on episode 5, you guys. There's only 8 episodes, so we'll probably watch 5 and 6 tonight and maybe 7 and 8 tomorrow. So far so good. We've given it a solid 7 all the way through. Bella Card, hello. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. Oh, we got commercials, stupid commercials. All right, well, let us get through these commercials real quick, and then we'll be right there. Stupid commercials. Always trying to get $1 out of you somewhere, somehow. What do you guys think about the music? Should I kill the music or leave it as is? Sometimes it's too much, sometimes it's not enough. Sometimes the silence can get deafening. So, yeah, here we are. Let me know. And we're going to be doing it right after these commercials. My streaming buddy on Twitch, YouTube, Rumble, Instagram, and on Twitter or X, it's called my streaming bud. Oh, hold on, we went too far, you guys. Don't skip the recap, don't skip the intro. Wherever 5 seconds is, stop it right there. For me, it's black screen right after it said Prime. So get there, find it, do it. I'm at 5 seconds. You can see in the bottom left corner. Down here. And 45-minute episode. So let's see how it goes. I am at 5 seconds. I'm gonna kill the music. We'll throw it on in a little bit. And all right, here we go, you guys. Get your popcorn, get your snacks. I'm gonna count to 3 and we're gonna press play. Oh, you know what? I gotta get the counter on. Hold on. And the timer. Gotta fix the timer. All right. And it's not episode 13. Did I say it was? Oh my goodness, we're so unprepared. There it is. 5. All right, here we go, you guys. We're gonna count it. Count to 3 and we're gonna press play. Ready? All right, 1, 2, 3. Yeah. It's kind of it's pretty on. It's pretty spot on. All right. Thank you for being here. Here we are. We're doing it. That guy talking shit while dying. Ooh, those things are crazy, like salamander looking things. Salamander, what did I say those things were called? Something oddle. Yeah, MGM Studios. Yo, MGM, if you hear me, bring back Stargate. I want some Stargate, you guys. Talking to you, MGM. Metro Goldwyn Mayer. Uh-oh. What happened? Ah! Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, a lot. It's probably gonna get infected here in the next couple days, hours. Before we go back to the base, make sure you don't tell anybody who I am. Oh yeah, he hasn't told him yet. That's right. I don't know if you want to know, pal. Oh, bro. Woo! Well, he already messed up. He shouldn't have told nobody. Now he's gonna have to kill this guy. Shouldn't have said nothing. Yep. Oh man, bro. Oh wow. That's what he gets. Uh-huh. Dummy. Like if you're a murderer, you don't go around telling people, "Oh, hey, look, check it out." You know, that's asking to get busted. I mean, how long did that take? A few seconds and you're already busted? Come on now. It's still there like a chump. Wow. That's what you get. Yep. Should have stayed quiet, shouldn't have said nothing. Innocent until proven guilty. But nope. Oh yeah. I hope they lay eggs inside his stomach. Ah, they're not gonna kill him off this quick though. I don't think so, anyways. Man, it's gonna be. Is it gonna be Phantom of the Opera guy? Oh no, it's some chick. Oh, it's what's her face? Uh, it's gross enough when they're like this big and you have to step on them. Every time you step on it, you're just filling your shoe up with gunk. Like when it rains and you step in a puddle and it all just goes inside your shoe. Yeah, yeah, that stuff right there. Green bug slime. Yeah, yeah, gross. Oh, yeah, she's got her hair in her mouth where that throw up was just that. Oh, you're already taking too long. I don't trust you. Off rip now. Nope. Oh shit. Oh, there she goes. Yeah. Yeah. Oh shit. Mass grave right there. Or were they all trying to get out? Oh yeah, using blow torches and shit. Wait, why was that guy chained to the door? We know what's in there. We know what's in there. Ooh, it's getting deep, you guys. What's going on? Now it's getting me Jones in to play the games. Mystery behind it like that. Watched the video the other day that I don't know, it was kind of long. I fell asleep while I was watching it. It was like what the Fallout games are about. And there's a lot going on in those games. Yes. Potatoes. Hmm. What? Wow. Yeah, having a real gun would be nice, and not one of those like sleeper dart things. Sorry, you guys. Loud over here. Excuse me. Yeah, popcorn time. You guys got popcorn or what? And a soda? Yo, the bombs fell when he was a kid, and it hasn't been in a couple 100 years. Uh oh. Uh oh. Here we go. Archives. Trades. Let's see. So 31 to 33. Everybody went to 33, huh? Oh shit. So she came from 31. Is that what it's telling us, or am I missing something? I want some cake. More cake. All the cake. Here, do me a favor. Tell me how it's not weird. Tell me in a way where it doesn't sound weird. Oh shit, here we go. What? Right? I would have said yeah. Yeah? Oh, I had myself on mute. Sorry about that. Yeah, I give it an 8. It was pretty good. I enjoyed it. It wasn't too bad. I'm enjoying the mystery aspect of it. I'm like, what happened to those other people? Why were they all dead? What do they know what was going on? Like, I don't know. What? Can you still not hear me? 8 also? Oh, okay. There's like a minute lag. No, like a 30-second lag. Yeah, I liked it. It was cool. It's wild. Crazy show. Yeah, it was pretty quiet because of the mute button. Whoops. Whoops. What do you guys think? Should we watch the next one? What's going on? Ooh, the next one's called The Trap. That's probably what that door was all about with the drawn on handle, fake ass handle. I ended up putting on the mute so I could put my popcorn in the other bucket and put some stuff on it, and I can chew on it all loud without you guys hearing me. Wow. Oh, I got a commercial. It's only 31 seconds, so we're all right. And in that 31 seconds, whoops. And in that 30 seconds, well, nobody can see me. I'm gonna reset the timer. Put us back at 5 seconds. Stupid commercial. Change the episode number. Episode 6. Oh, we get it? Yeah, we got it on 5. Cool. All right. Is everybody there? Does anybody need a bathroom break, popcorn break, soda break? You guys good? Everybody good? Are we all here? Are we ready? Are we doing it? All right, you guys. Yeah, break? Yes, break. All right, quick little break. I'm throwing some tunes. Five-minute break. Here we are. We're doing it. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Go, 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 go. Yeah. I think we're gonna have to watch like other videos on Fallout and check out what they're doing there on that Fallout. What we should do is find the first Fallout game. Not find it, but watch a video on the first Fallout game, like a summary of what it was about and what goes down and what happens and whatnot. And supposedly the first Fallout game came out a while ago, but maybe we should catch the first Fallout game, watch it like a movie. I'm sure the cutscenes aren't that good, but maybe somebody will be able to explain it pretty well on YouTube. And 10 minutes? No. 5. And yeah. Good stuff, you guys. Here we are, and we're still doing it. Yeah, buddy, here we are. We're still doing it. You can join us on Mondays for Monster Mondays. Around 1 or 2 o'clock, we start our Monday Monster Monday Madness. It's a couple of cartoons. We watch Pokemon, which stands for Pocket Monsters. We watch some Yu-Gi-Oh, where they play dual monsters. And we watch Digimon, which stands for Digital Monsters. And we watch about 3 episodes of each show, coming out to 3 hours. 3-hour stream. Kind of like a Saturday morning cartoon stream, but it's Monster Monday afternoon stream. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, join us. Be there. Check it out. Have some food. Some soda. Cartoons. A little later this week, we'll be catching a movie or 2. We're still playing some games. Tears of the Kingdom, Zelda games. Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom, we played a little earlier today. We did some stuff and found some things. And we're also playing Diablo 2 Resurrected. So far we're doing all right. We've made it to Act 5. Last stream we just killed Diablo after he killed us about 20 times, but every time I came back we'd take down a little bit of his health, and about 20 lives later we got him. So yeah, we're doing all right. Moving on up. Moving on up. Smoke that, drink that, all that. I'm also working on a new playlist for music, because if you've watched quite a bit of my streams, you'll notice that it's pretty much the same, like 15 songs over and over. I mean, 15 songs is, you know, on average what a CD would hold. Anybody remembers what CDs used to be back in the day? Yeah, you could roughly hold about, 15 to 20 songs, depending on how long each song was. But in all honesty, 2 of my songs are about an hour long, so out of those 15 tracks, you got like 3 CDs worth. Hey, what are you guys doing over there? Hold on, my cats are making some noise. I'll be right back. Nah, they're all good. But here we are, and we're still doing it. And I hope everybody's having a good one. Hopefully, you have a good weekend ahead of you, and you're relaxing, doing things you love. We'll come back here in 3 minutes, you guys. 3 minutes. We're getting the munchies over here. I'm gonna have to figure something out here in a little bit. All that. Man, the mute button was on again, you guys. Here we are. We're doing it. We see looked up Fallout 1 story on YouTube. There's a couple videos. Fallout lore. We're gonna have to check out after this episode. Talked about the history of Fallout. We'll start out with Fallout 1. Maybe we'll check out Fallout 2. And on the next video, we'll check out other vault information. Not Fallout vault information. Alright, you guys, back to the show. back to the show. Here we go. Episode 6. We're at 5 seconds. Kill that music. And we're going to count to 3 and we're going to press play. You guys got your snacks and your drinks? All right, you guys. Here we go. Ready? 1, 2, 3. All right. We're doing all right. Is everything good, you guys? Woo! Cockroaches! Don't skip the recap. Don't skip the intro. Just let it ride. Wow. All right. Let's see what you got, Metro. Yeah, Bethesda. Oh, nice. I love these old school timey cartoons. Like the mascot for this show. Twilight Zone. I love it. It sure is. Good old Rod. Sycamore Street. Wasn't that one of the episodes of Twilight Zone? Sycamore Street. Aliens. Aliens have taken over Sycamore Street, I think, or something like that. Vault 4. uh, yeah, well, there's this party we got to go to. There's this party that we have to worry about. All right, we'll go for a little while. Not too long though. It's actually at our house. Hmm. Good dog. Old dog. Dirty, stinky dog. A man and his dog. Pocket protectors. You'll never be able to kill the nerd. Oh yeah. Oh, Damn, you guys. Was that just the intro? Woo! Nice. Green intro. What could that mean, you guys? Excuse me. Vault 4, there it is. What could the green intro mean? Oh, yeah. Oh, now stick your finger in there and twist it. Bro. They didn't look for an exit wound when he got shot. Oh yeah, some staples. Good kind. Should we trust them? I don't know, you guys. Are you hating on me? Oh yeah, there it was. Uh, yes, please. Ah. Test subject. Hmm. Hmm. Are those pops, you guys? Those look like pops. Chicken nuggets. Why do they take care of each other? Ah, Cyclops. Why, obviously. Bruh. So are they all mutants? Everybody here's a mutant. Ah, his food tastes twice as good. Why the mitten, bro? Yeah, everybody here's a mutant, bro. Mitten for the mutant. Yeah, what's up with level 12? Ah, with gills too. Yeah, like are these people really in the Fallout like world? That looks crazy. That lady looked wild. Yeah, he's a mutant. Ooh. Oh, bro. Oh. That's right. Yeah. Oh, what a hard life you had. Oh my god, dude. Your voice is so annoying. Oh, yeah? Whoa. Ah, oh, oh shit. No, they're all surfies. Come on, dog. Now I'm gonna go to level 12. Oh, good daddle. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, you still need the power pack for it. Didn't they take the power pack out of something else a little while ago? In the last episode? Out of that robot, right? With the face guy, nose guy, Phantom of the Opera guy. What are these? 0 point energy coils or something? Like, what are these? Fusion core. I'm gonna start touching stuff. Who let you down here? Mm. I don't know, you guys. Pretty cool. Nice little welcome basket and everything. Down. Those little chocolates. Oh, nice, dude. Hell yeah. Bro. Doesn't know what soap was. Yeah, no thanks. Dude. Caviar. Little trolley. Dang. Bruh. Ah, no, I don't want it. His daughter. Oh, yeah. Feed him to the hogs, huh? Oh, oh, ah, ah. Feels like the volume went way down. Hmm. Wow. How do you know that you get yours back? Or, yeah, how do you know you get yours back? What are you guys doing? Uh-oh, seance, you guys. We're gonna summon demons from an alternate dimension. Oh wait, wrong game, wrong game, wrong game. Well, what are you guys doing? Whoa, what are you guys doing? Human sacrifice? Ah! It is a seance, you guys. Ah! Ew, her finger. Still like all dead, black dead. Ah! Ashes. Yep, there was sacrifice. Ew. No. Uh-oh. Dun dun dun. Bro. Scary, creepy. They're trying to bring her back or what? What are they trying to do here? He's all, I'm staying, dude. I'm not going nowhere. Oysters. Bro. So give me a roll, bro. And snacks. Oh shit, she went for it. Level 12, you guys. What is she gonna find down there? It's restricted. What do you guys think she's gonna find down there? Leave a comment. It's gonna be a refrigerator full of food. Wait, no. A petting zoo. No. An aquarium. Oh, lab personnel only. More mutants? Ah! Yeah, you're right. That's definitely something mutanty in there. Experimentations. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Ew, look, there's a little head in that one. Oh, they're all heads. Ew. Ah! So they know about it, but they don't speak of it? Yeah. Mutants giving birth? Ew. Ew. Ew, like tadpoles. Oh, and then they started eating her. Ew. Wild. Wild, you guys. Like, that's a real thing in, like, some creeping things. Ew. She's incubated in there? Still pregnant? More mutant babies? Huh. Oh, shit. So what happened to the mutant babies? Are those the people that are up there? Oh, somebody was back there. Did you see that? Oh, snap. Busted. Bro. Oh, shit. Busted. Busted. Oh, really? You're all terrible. Knock her out, you guys. Oh, no. Wow, you're still looking at that waterfall? Being brainwashed? Oh, wow. Wow, you guys. Wow, you guys. What you guys think? Give this one another 7 to 8. We'll just give it a round it up to 8. Give them both an 8 this time around. That was pretty good. Wow. Ooh, ooh. It'll be game over for me here in a minute. I know, right? That was definitely me. Zombie mode eating popcorn. Do 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 do. 8 again? Yeah, I'm down. That's what I think is a fair rating for this episode. Nice. Well, you guys, that was it for the episodes. We might watch a quick little video on the first Fallout game to see if they can give us a summary of what it's about and what we do in that game. Because, yeah, I'm curious on what's been going on. I don't know. I mean, yeah, I'm not too sure what time when this takes place, but we should get to know the Fallout history a little bit better. I want a short video though, and not a complete timeline. Just the first game. Just the first one would be cool. Um, there's like a lore video. There's lore videos on the show. Well, Fallout 1, a quick guide. Fallout 1 story and lore. Here we go. Bad karma ending. Can you choose? Can you choose to be good or bad in those games? Uh, 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 uh. I typed in Fallout 1 story and like there's not much actually. I mean not many videos out about it. There's like complete lore videos, but like for just one, They probably didn't even have cutscenes back then. By looking at what the game looked like, it looks pretty old school. Back to the top, you guys. Back to the top. Let's see. Oh wow, Fallout 1, 2, and 3 in 3 minutes. That might be a little too quick. It's done. I mean, this is the complete Fallout story explained in 18 minutes. Oh, here we go. Oh, but see, there's 17 videos. The story of Fallout 1, how it all began, complete. Sorry, double shady sands. Probably like you actually playing the game. Signing off. Thanks. It was fun. Well, you guys have an awesome night. Thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging out. We'll be back tomorrow for probably a short one. I don't know if it'll be a game or a movie or a show, but probably be on tomorrow. Sunday, um, possibly be on. Maybe. I'm not too sure. That's playing that one by ear. Monday will be definitely be on for Monster Monday. Be here or be square. And yeah, I'll give you some updates on things to come on Monday if I'm not on tomorrow or Sunday. And yeah, good stuff. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. We'll see you later. So I'm gonna check out some storyline for Fallout. We could either see the complete storyline or I mean we can do this short one, the 3 minute one. See how that does. Alright, hang on. No, I don't like this video. We're gonna switch it. Switch to the other one. The complete Fallout timeline explained in 23 minutes. I'm gonna speed it up a little bit so we don't have to um oh, let's see what that looks like. I'll try to get my screen on your screen. My screen on your screen. There it is.
specifically nuclear fusion, to create vast amounts of power. Energy is revolutionized, but other forms of technology, like television and radio, remain stuck in the 1950s, never moving on, except that they're
Ooh, we got some lag.
nuclear-powered now. Timeline, from the very first game through to the TV show today.
From where you're kneeling must seem like an 18-carat run of bad luck.
Before we begin, we publish new content all week long, so be sure to subscribe and ring the bell to get notified about our latest videos.
The Fallout lore isn't too complex, but there is a lot of it, with the game world having an entire alternate history that begins centuries before you step out of your first vault. Much of Fallout's history is the history of our own world, with a few differences deep in the past. Things like the influence of the fictional Cabot family on Boston way back in the 18th century. But things get notably different around the Second World War, when Fallout pursues alternate forms of technology to us in the real world. Specifically, they invest hugely in nuclear physics, mastering nuclear fission and eventually nuclear fusion, to create vast amounts of power. Energy is revolutionized, but other forms of technology, like television and radio, remain stuck in the 1950s, never moving on, except that they're nuclear-powered now.
People enjoyed luxuries once thought the realm of science fiction. Domestic robots, fusion-powered cars.
Fallout is so concerned with technology and exploring the impact its futuristic tech has on the world that all of its biggest private companies work in science and technology, many of them becoming defense contractors for the US government. These are companies like Vault-Tec, Robco, and Repcon. Vault-Tec is, of course, hugely important, because it's the company behind the vaults that save humanity, at least on paper. Robco Industries, meanwhile, was run by Mr. House before the war, and is responsible for practically all of the robots we encounter, as well as inventing the Stealth Boys. Finally, Repcon largely built rockets, but was crucially contracted by the US government to create new fuel sources, including nuclear fission, which makes the world go round.
War never changes.
The world was also reliant on fossil fuels by this point, a finite resource. But nuclear power was a finite resource too, because it depended on uranium. This eventually led the world's two largest superpowers, the United States and China, into conflict through the resource wars, beginning in 2052. Our only real look into what the world was like at this time is through the Liberation of Anchorage simulation, which shows American soldiers freeing Alaska from Chinese occupation. Alaska had been under occupation since 2066 when the Sino-American War broke out, but in early 2077 it was brought back into the US. China's power led to extreme paranoia within the US about the impact of communism, which again mirrors real life in the 1950s, when America was gripped by the Second Red Scare and thought communism was hiding around every corner. But in Fallout, these fears weren't unfounded. Not only were spies genuinely working to undermine America, as we see in Fallout 3's Point Lookout DLC, but China had armed submarines stationed around the coast.
Ooh.
I'm a guy who lost
Commercials, you guys. Laggy commercials.
And my dignity. As if watching my team lose wasn't punishment enough.
This, of course, culminated in the Great War, which lasted for all of 2 hours on October 23, 2077. America and China together, in the last hours of the Sino-American War, destroyed the world. Some people survived, either by descending into vaults or by finding refuge in other places. We can see this play out at the beginning of Fallout 4, as the sole survivor descends below the Commonwealth to be cryogenically frozen. In Fallout 3, we see that a community managed to survive by hiding in the Lamplight Caverns, creating Little Lamplight. On the other side of the country, Vegas was left largely unscathed because of Mr. House protecting it with his superior technology. But it would take a long time for the world to even begin to recover.
They returned with tales of a city untouched by the warheads that had scorched the rest of the world. and a great wall spanning the Colorado River.
With the exception of Fallout 4's opening, the earliest we've ever gone in the Fallout timeline is 2102, which is when Fallout 76 begins. You start in Vault 76, a vault designed to celebrate the signing of the Declaration of Independence back in 1776, when it opens 25 years after the war. Luckily, Vault 76 was one of Vault-Tech's control vaults, meaning it didn't have any sinister experiments running in the background. Even better, Appalachia is definitely a more pleasant place than other Fallout settings, though it's been ravaged by scorch beasts, which are enormous mutated bats. Because it's an MMO, the plot of Fallout 76 is always growing, with expansions released following the Zeta aliens and returning to Pittsburgh. But you spend the early hours and initial quests in the game trying to rid Appalachia of the Scorch Beasts and the infected humans they leave behind, known as the Scorched. It ends when you drop a nuclear bomb, but Appalachia bounces back from this quickly enough. Crucially, this is one of the earliest iterations of the Brotherhood of Steel we see, even though they were actually established in 2076, right before the Great War. But Fallout 76 is still set far away from the main continuity of games, since the story really begins in the year 2161 in California. This is where Fallout, a post-nuclear role-playing game, starts, almost 90 years after the war that destroyed the world. You're playing as the Vault Dweller, who's been chosen to leave Vault 13, another safe control vault, because the vault needs extra water chips to operate their water purifier. Otherwise, it's not going to survive. You leave the vault and soon encounter Shady Sands, a small town that's beaten the odds and already learned how to grow fresh crops in the wasteland. But it hasn't all been plain sailing. Shady Sands was founded by dwellers from Vault 15, a vault that was a social experiment gone awry when the dwellers, chosen because they held beliefs across the political spectrum, came into conflict.
You hear that, you guys?
Left and stole the vault's Gek when they did. That's a Garden of Eden creation kit, the crucial piece of pre-war technology that terraforms the wasteland to make it habitable. In Shady Sands, you're witnessing the birth of the new California Republic, which will be officially founded in 2189, 27 years after the first game begins. More on them later. Back in the 2160s, the wasteland is under threat. A group calling itself the Unity is growing, a cult with the aim of turning every human being into a super mutant, a giant green monster. Its leader is the Master, a mutant himself who wanted to use the Forced Evolutionary Virus, or FEV, to transform mankind. Like the Gek, the FEV is a key part of Fallout lore that will return time and time again. The quest for the water chips eventually leads the Vault Dweller into conflict.
Reminds me of the mutants from
to pull
Total
off this
Recall.
final dramatic confrontation effectively, you'll have needed to explore the wasteland to get several key pieces of information, so that you can prove to the Master that the super mutants are sterile. This means that his all-mutant society is doomed, because it will be impossible for them to reproduce. When the Master realizes this, he sets his base, the Cathedral, to explode, scattering the Unity, known to others as the Master's army far and wide.
Wonderful, amazing. I'm so proud of what you've accomplished, what you've endured.
Between Fallout 1 and Fallout 2, we've actually got two spin-off games. These are the confusingly named Fallout Tactics Brotherhood of Steel, released in 2001, and Fallout Brotherhood of Steel, released in 2004. The former follows a Brotherhood campaign in the Midwest in 2197, as soldiers journey southwest to find the semi-mythical Vault Zero to claim its technology. They, again, come into conflict with mutants and a villain called the Calculator, a grotesque
Do they ever make it to Vault
supercomputer
Zero?
powered by an amalgamation of real human brains, not too dissimilar to the Master himself. It's not clear which ending is the canon ending, but it almost certainly ends with the Brotherhood getting its hands on even more powerful world-ending technology, for better or worse.
Humanity once again starts to prosper.
The 2004 game, on the other hand, is set 19 years on, in 2208, following an initiate recently brought into the Brotherhood. Interestingly, 2208 is the same year that the original Vault Dweller leaves their town Arroyo for good. Unfortunately, this game was critically panned and doesn't offer too much new, though it is the only Fallout game set in Texas, taking place in the city of Carbon. You're fighting yet another army of mutants who are, in-game, modeling themselves on the Master. Fallout 2 sees another big time skip. It begins in the year 2241, and you're a new player character nicknamed the Chosen One, living in Arroyo, grandchild of the Vault Dweller. At the end of the first game, the Vault Dweller returned to Vault 13 to bring back the water chips, but was exiled by the Overseer. By 2167, Arroyo had been built in Northern California. But the town is hit by a severe drought, and there's only one thing that can help: another Gek. The Chosen One leaves to find it, but the Enclave soon emerge as a new threat. You find out that before the war, the US government made a lot of contingencies, with many top government officials escaping nuclear annihilation and forming the Enclave, which has been biding its time for over 150 years. Its main base is Control Station Enclave, an offshore oil rig, but it also has a major presence in Navarro, a military base on the west coast. The Enclave plan is, again, preoccupied with the forced evolutionary virus. They want to modify it so that it's lethal and airborne, capable of infecting and killing everybody in the wasteland. When this is done, they'll move in and rebuild America to their own specifications. Obviously, you can't let this happen, because it turns out that while the Chosen One is successful at retrieving another Gek, the entire population of Arroyo has been kidnapped by the Enclave to serve as test subjects for the modified FEV. The Enclave is ultimately destroyed when the oil rig's nuclear reactor is detonated by the Chosen One, who uses the Gek to turn Arroyo into a powerful force in the West. Crucially, by this point in time, the NCR has been founded officially, and is building Shady Sands into one of the most advanced cities in the entire wasteland.
Proving once again that genocide is a viable solution to any problem.
But it's time to skip another few decades, ending up in the year 2277, and in a brand new location, the Capital Wasteland, the ruins of Washington, D.C. A lot of people joined the franchise with Fallout 3, with this game serving as their introduction to the world of Fallout. It starts officially in 2258 though, when the main character, this time dubbed the Lone Wanderer, is born. Your father James, aka Liam Neeson, decides to break out of Vault 101, another Vault-Tec experiment where the populace was ordered to never open the vault doors. The Lone Wanderer decides to follow him and is violently expelled from the vault, where you begin the long journey of tracking James down. Eventually, the Lone Wanderer discovers that they were born outside the vault and that the Observer remarkably let them and their father in, after their mother dies in childbirth right at the beginning. Their parents were working on something called Project Purity, a high-tech installation built around the Jefferson Memorial designed to deliver clean water to the wasteland. But it needs a Gek to get up and running properly, and that's where James has gone. The Lone Wanderer tracks him down to Vault 112, where he's been trapped in a simulation called Tranquility Lane. The simulation is being controlled by sadistic scientist Stannis Braun, who incidentally is also the creator of the Gek, but unfortunately, Vault 112 doesn't have one. The Wanderer breaks James out by either going along with Braun or breaking his control of the simulation and freeing the residents.
Son, you've saved me.
Stupid commercials. Punk ass commercials.
I was afraid I'd be trapped in there forever. It's so good to see you, but what are you doing here?
James rallies the former Project Purity scientists, now all working in Rivet City. They return to the Jefferson Memorial to get it up and running, but are thwarted by the Enclave, many of whom have survived the events of Fallout 2. To stop the Enclave's leader, Colonel Autumn, from activating the Purifier, James seals himself inside and gives his life, dying from the equipment's massive radiation output. The Wanderer and the other scientists fight off the Enclave and flee through the sewers.
Well, that takes care of that.
Eventually finding sanctuary in the ruins of the Pentagon, now renamed the Citadel and occupied by the Brotherhood of Steel. This faction of the Brotherhood has, by now, gone against the group's original mission statement of hoarding technology for technology's sake. They want to help the people of the Wasteland to rebuild. This has led to the formation of the Brotherhood Outcasts, who roam the Wasteland in red power armor and dismiss outsiders. More on them later. With the Brotherhood's help, the Lone Wanderer determines that Vault 87 still contains its Gek, the only one in the capital Wasteland. You've got two options for how to get in: through the front door, which requires a lot of anti-rad medicine and equipment, or through the back tunnels, which require you to get in good with the people who live in the caves. The catch is that these people are children, and in their town of Little Lamplight, they hate adults and won't want to help.
You can't very well keep the piece if you've already lost it. So, bam!
Unless you do a quest or pass a speech check. Whatever the case, the Wanderer gets into Vault 87 and acquires the Gek, only to be snatched by the Enclave at the last second. They awaken in the Enclave's high-tech base, Raven Rock, and make their way to the President of the United States, John Henry Eden, at his invitation. This is where they find out Enclave's grand plan, which is, yet again, to release the modified FEV and reclaim the Wasteland. Eden is easily talked into blowing up Raven Rock, and the Wanderer makes their escape. The final assault begins, with the Brotherhood activating its enormous pre-war robot, Liberty Prime, and taking back Project Purity.
Revised stratagem. Initiate photonic resonance overcharge.
At the end of the game, the Lone Wanderer has two choices: activate Project Purity themselves, dying in the process, or send Sarah Lyons, one of the Brotherhood, to do it instead, in which case she dies. The game was later patched to give you the third option to send Fox, the super mutant companion, to do it, since Fox is immune to radiation. But they don't actually die, because the Broken Steel DLC sees them awakening back in the Citadel. From there, you're tasked with wiping out all that remains of the Enclave. Along the way, you'll also get abducted by aliens and have to fight your way off their ship. You'll help the Brotherhood outcasts to gain access to a pre-war stash of dangerous weapons. You'll journey on a riverboat to Maryland and have part of your brain removed. And you'll return to Pittsburgh, seen much earlier in its history in Fallout 76, to free its slaves and cure its plague.
Don't worry about it. Sergeant Montgomery will be your squad commander, and he knows all the ins and outs of the team.
Finally, we're moving on from the surprising density of Fallout 3 to 2010's Fallout New Vegas, where we return to the West to see the expanding NCR, which is now one of the most powerful forces in the Wasteland, come up against a new faction, Caesar's Legion. The Legion model themselves on ancient Rome and have brought peace and security with them from Arizona, albeit peace and security enforced strictly by slavery and crucifixions. The two groups are fighting for control of the Hoover Dam and, subsequently, Vegas. We're also going to catch back up with Mr. House, owner of Robco, who still controls Vegas from the shadows. Since the war, Vegas has regained its pre-war reputation for hedonism, with large casinos now run by the three families. They were originally wasteland tribes that Mr. House saw potential in, giving them control of the Top, the Ultra Lux, and Gamora, while he kept control of the Lucky 38. The game opens with you, Courier 6, being shot in the head and buried in a shallow grave in Good Springs in 2281. You wake up with no memory of your previous life and decide to hunt down the man who shot you, tracking him all the way to Vegas. The Courier discovers that this was Benny, the leader of the chairmen who run the Tops. He killed the Courier to retrieve the coveted Platinum Chip, which they were trusted to deliver to the Lucky 38.
Truth is, the game was rigged from the start.
It turns out that the Platinum Chip is a computer chip, carrying upgrades to the Securitron robots that patrol the Strip and keep its citizens, and Mr. House, protected from the NCR and the Legion. There are 4 ways the Courier can proceed. They can side with the NCR, the first and largest faction they encounter, and work to reclaim the Hoover Dam and the city for California. They can work with the Legion and do the opposite, undermining the NCR from within and dispatching Mr. House. They can take Mr. House's side and let him have absolute control with his upgraded army. Or finally, they can take Benny's plan for themselves and become his legacy, creating a truly independent Vegas. We don't know which of the 4 endings is canon, despite widespread debate, and we won't know until the series revisits the Mojave.
Don't disable! I have nothing to say.
But we're traveling all the way back to the East Coast for Fallout 4. After being sealed in cryostasis for decades, the sole survivor is briefly awakened, only to see a hardened mercenary kidnap their newborn son and kill their spouse before they're sealed away again. They finally wake for good in 2287, 6 years after New Vegas, and leave Vault 111 to track down their son, Sean. This search takes them to Diamond City almost immediately, a large settlement built in the ruins of Fenway Park in Boston. They learn about an alleged conspiracy by members of a shadowy group that may or may not exist called the Institute, to kidnap and replace the citizens of the Commonwealth with the synths. By tracking down the mercenary who kidnapped their son and getting the help of one of the factions, the sole survivor discovers that not only is the Institute and its plan real, but that its leader is their son Sean, who's far older than initially thought. We then head into Act 2 of the game, where the sole survivor helps all 4 factions until reaching various points of no return.
You'll accomplish your task and ruin humanity's best hope for the future. The only question left then is why you're standing here. Is it regret? Or did you just come to gloat?
If they decide that Sean is right, there's another plan to get rid of the current human population with pure, non-irradiated people, albeit not by releasing a dangerous virus. They side with the Institute and destroy the other factions, taking the Commonwealth for good. Alternatively, they can side with the Brotherhood of Steel. This is another iteration of the East Coast Brotherhood, but now they've only got one mission: purge the world of synths, mutants, and anything else that isn't completely human. Third, you can team up with the Railroad. They want to destroy the Institute and the Brotherhood because they threaten the synths and their freedom, but they don't care half as much about humankind. Finally, you've got the Minutemen, who just want to protect the people of the Commonwealth. Only the Minutemen and the Railroad can coexist. The other factions all demand you destroy 2 of the others, leaving the Minutemen alone in most cases. Whether Fallout 4 has a canon ending or not, we also don't know, and likely won't until the next game in the series.
Ripped apart and put back together. I hoped I could find my family, cheat time, make us whole again.
But that brings us to the present day in Fallout terms, 2296, 9 years after the events of Fallout 4, and the blockbuster television show that opens in Vault 33. Vault 33 is also in the ruins of Los Angeles, last seen as the Boneyard in Fallout 1. It's in the Los Angeles Vault, a demonstration vault built by Vault-Tec that was fully functioning and used as a shelter, where the Master originally waited to build his army. And it's very close to Shady Sands, now supposedly, the sprawling capital of the new California Republic, unless the Legion has had something to say about that. Todd Howard said that he didn't want the TV show to build much on the existing lore, but we can't help but wonder why, if that's the case, LA was chosen as the setting at all.
Mercy!
We'll have to wait to see whether the show sticks to the established Fallout timeline or veers off in another direction. And that was the Fallout timeline.
Damn, dude.
explained.
Yeah, that was epic.
I do not think you'd be willing to do what it takes to survive.
Check out these other great clips from Mojo Plays, and be sure to subscribe and ring the bell to get notified about our latest videos.
Not too bad. Oh, excuse me. Oh, woo. Sleepy. I'm sleepy, you guys. Well, that was the complete Fallout timeline, you guys. We saw it. We kicked its ass. Which Fallout should I play in 2024? I mean, with that little breakdown, I don't feel like I need to play it that bad anymore. I definitely want to see the rest of the show. Yeah, creepy looking. Classic Fallout. Yeah, good stuff, good stuff, good stuff. What'd you guys think of what'd you guys think about Fallout? Good, bad, ugly? We gave it an 8. We thought it was pretty good. I'm down for more. We still got 2 more episodes to go. And hopefully they bring it home with the last 2 episodes and don't leave me too much on a cliffhanger. And, yeah, it should be alright. Here, we got a Fallout 1 story and lore. Bad karma ending, but it's Fallout 1.
Where will you be when the atomic bombs fall?
What happened?
Where will you be when the atomic bombs fall?
Here's a story of survival, a tale of one man's life-changing journey in an unchanging world. To get to the heart of this story, well, we'll have to go back to the beginning.
You guys let me know. Good.
Since man first came into this world, he has soaked it with the blood of countless lives. Whether it be in the battle for survival, glory, or riches, the legacy of mankind has been callously written on the bones of the fallen. In the year 2077, man's capacity for destruction would overtake him. The world who bore humankind was torn asunder and made anew in the cleansing light of nuclear fire and radiation. One would think that's where our story ends, but the stubbornness of man knows no bounds, and he rose from the ashes to resume his struggle, for man had nearly succeeded in destroying himself. But war never changes. In the early days, many were spared the horrors of the fallout by taking refuge in enormous underground shelters. We call them vaults. Vault 13 is where you have lived all your life. Life is good here. Better than the hellish landscape outside the vault's great metal doors. You have a roof of steel protecting you from the horrors of the wastes. You have unirradiated food and water, a luxury few now know. Vault 13 is your world, and your world is about to end. The water chip. This single device regulates the water purifier for an entire vault. A vault is like an oasis in a barren land. What sets it apart is its ability to provide an abundance of life-giving water. So when the water chip in Vault 13 broke, the leader of the vaults, we call him the Overseer, chose to come to you.
The Overseer.
150 days, he tells you. 150 days, and life in the vault would be over. The broken water chip is too complex to replace, and the only way this sanctuary is going to survive is if one of their own leaves and searches for a replacement chip. The Overseer has on record that there is a neighboring vault that has been equipped with a spare water chip. Saving the vault will mean sending someone to collect the device. Armed with your trusty Pip-Boy and meager supplies, you dare venture beyond the confines of safety. For better or for worse, you stumble into the unknown to brave the wasteland, and you do it for the good of the vault. The wasteland. Its name implies a vast nothingness, if only that were true. It feels like everyone out here in the real world, or at least what's left of it, is living on borrowed time. In your quest to find the chip, you see horrors that would break lesser men. Out here it's kill or be killed. After fighting your way through the waste, you beat all odds and return to Vault 13, battered and bruised. The Overseer takes the water chip from your trembling hands and balance is restored. Or so the Overseer thinks. You see, while you were out in the waste, fighting for the survival of your vault, you did the worst thing you could do in a world now run by desperate people. You attracted attention to yourself. In your efforts to bring water back to the vault, you revealed the existence of Vault 13. Blissful isolation can no longer be assured. In your report to the Overseer, you also tell him of a new threat facing the vault. A group of mutants are working together, and their numbers are growing at a most dangerous rate. Within 400 days, the super mutants will be so great in number, they will overrun the vault with overwhelming odds. The super mutant population is growing much faster than is possible, which means someone, somewhere, is creating them. Once again, you volunteer to step out into an unforgiving world, and you do it for the good of the vault.
With Photo Vibrance, you can transform any photo into a mesmerizing moving image in just a few
I think
clicks.
it's only for 5 seconds.
The Overseer was right. Someone has to be creating super mutants. You slay one of these abominations, only to have two more take its place. What you didn't realize was the sheer scale of the threat. After months of searching and scouring for clues in the wasteland, you uncover a conspiracy that transcends the petty problems of a single vault. You find yourself standing face to face with the leader of the super mutant army, and he isn't what you had expected. You wouldn't have believed it had you not seen it with your own eyes. It calls itself the Master, the horribly mutated brain behind the mutant army. Its followers worship it as the new god, but in your eyes it's just another twisted evil you've encountered out here in the wastes. This abomination is the mastermind behind not only the mutants threatening your vault, but also the creation of new super mutants through the movement called the Unity. The Unity seeks to force humans to take a virus called the FEV, consequently turning people into the same abominations you've been fighting since you left the vault a year ago. It is then you realize your mission is no longer for the safety of a single vault, but for the continued survival of mankind. Without a second thought, you draw a pulse grenade, determined to put an end to this threat to humanity once and for all. That was, until the Master chose to speak to you.
The Unity will bring about the Master Race. Master! One able to survive, or even thrive in the wasteland. As long as there are differences, we will tear ourselves apart fighting each other. We need one race. Race! One goal. Goal! One people to move forward to our destiny. This will be the age of mutants.
His words, they actually meant something to you. In a world of super mutants, there would be unity. You could say the Master's rationale actually made sense. No, there was no future for the super mutants. You knew this, even in a post-apocalyptic world such as this. You carry a holodisc with proof that the FEV virus destroys the reproductive organs of those it transforms into super mutants. You tell the Master that his plan is doomed to fail. He is betting the future of mankind on an infertile race that will die after but one generation.
I must digest this information. One moment. But it cannot be. This would mean that all my work has been for nothing. Everything that I've tried to... A failure! It can't be. I don't think that I can continue to have done the things I have done in the name of progress and healing. It was madness. I can see that now. Madness. There is no hope. Leave now. Leave while you still have hope.
Those were the last words the Master spoke as he initiated the self-destruct sequence for his mutant operation. You run to safety and watch as his cathedral falls down around him. The death of the Master was like cutting off the head of the snake, or better yet, a bullet to the brain. Without their leader, the super mutant army lacked direction, and soon they fled to the east, beyond the no man's land. You make the long trek back home, back to the vault. As you approach Vault 13, the Overseer steps outside to greet you. He thanks you for everything you've done for the Vault, and recognizes that if it weren't for you, Vault 13 would have fallen to the wasteland long ago. However, as you go to step inside, he stops you, and tells you that although you've saved everyone, the wasteland has taken its toll on you. With a heavy heart, the Overseer tells you that if you are allowed back into the vault, people will see you as a hero, and the children will want to emulate you and leave the vault for themselves one day, and he will not allow that to happen. With a voice full of remorse, the Overseer tells you to leave Vault 13 and never return. He tells you to leave for the good of the vault. As the Overseer turns to leave, something stirs inside of you. The bloodied body of the Overseer is breathing his last, and slowly you realize that what he said was true. When you left the vault all those years ago, part of yourself died out there in the wasteland. And although the wasteland had changed you, war never changes.
So that was Fallout 1 story. Check out Fallout 2 story. Do a summary. "40 videos." Yeah, no, we're not doing that one. The complete storyline of Fallout explained. No. We watched that a minute ago. I don't want that. I just want Fallout 2. Fallout 2 only. The experience. Fallout full story, entire whatever. Not Fallout Season 2, just Fallout 2. We got Fallout 3. Fallout 1 story. Fallout 2 a review. First half? Half an hour just for the first half? Jeez. Fallout 2 analysis. 3 steps forward, 2 steps back, but it's 47 minutes. That's too much. That's too much. That's too much. How about... No, that's not it. I don't want you to tell me why it's a nightmare. I just want you to tell me. Oh, Fallout 2 all endings? No, we don't want that. Let's see. Find something good. Guides, walkthroughs. Fallout 2 retrospective review. Yeah, let's check that out.
Architecture and interior design?
Right after this commercial.
Find a 3D designer today.
What's going on, everybody? Mortem here, this time bringing you my review of Fallout 2. Now, I personally play and review a ton of CRPGs, as well as a lot of other games, and one of the bigger titles that was missing from my list of reviews, especially in the CRPG genre, was the Fallout series, or more specifically, Fallout 2. And while I was pretty familiar with the main story, I had not really dug into a lot of the side content that was available previously when I played this almost like 20 years ago. So that made it kind of convenient for me to have an excuse to jump into the game, explore a lot of that side content, and then share some thoughts with the people who asked me for it. First things first, it's worth noting that I am playing this on Steam. Now, typically speaking, when it comes to older games, Steam is not known for being a great place to get them. However, in the case of Fallout 1 and 2, back in, I believe it was 2013 or so, both Fallout 1 and 2 got an update on Steam that actually paired them with a couple of high-resolution mod packs and stuff built into the game that fixes a lot of the common problems that were prevalent with the game prior. So playing the game on Steam actually will come with those high-res packs, which does make your experience a little bit better. Next up, let's talk a little bit about the development of this game because I find it interesting. And with these older games, I like to cover that kind of thing. Fallout 2 was originally released in 1998, which is about a year after the original title was released in 1997. Fallout 2 was also released the same year as the original Baldur's Gate, which is kind of crazy when you think about it. But that's especially interesting because the development of Fallout 2 actually started before the first game had even released, which stands out to me because Fallout 1 was actually considered a very low-budget title for Interplay at the time. So the fact that they greenlighted work on the second game before the first one was even released struck me as very odd, and I wanted to call it out here. But after the obvious financial success of Fallout 1, which actually did very well sales-wise, it's no surprise that they didn't, cancel the project or something. Now, Fallout 2 itself, broadly speaking, kind of sought to expand Fallout 1 in every way possible. And we're going to dive into all of that stuff, but I just wanted to mention that up front. Let's talk story setup. Honestly, I don't really care about spoiling a 24-year-old game, but while there definitely will be some spoilers in this, I'm not going to go over the story in any great depth because honestly, there's just so many videos on YouTube that cover it in insane detail already.
What? No, there wasn't. I just looked.
But that said, the basic story setup is that you are the descendant of the original Vault Dweller from the first game.
Wasn't that
Vault
many
Dweller
at
went
all.
on to
And if there
found the
were,
village
it
of
was
Arroyo
not what I
after
was
being
looking
kicked out
for.
of his own vault at the end of the first game. Arroyo is now dying. They need you to go find a Garden of Eden creation kit to save your village. And while doing so, you realize that some weird agency is kind of causing all sorts of problems around the wasteland. And when you finally retrieve the Gek, your village gets attacked and kidnapped. And then you have to track down the Enclave somehow. Now, I want to mention some specific things about the story while we're talking about it. For starters, it's much longer than the original game. The original game was pretty short, looking at like 10 to 15 hours of playthrough. And while there was a good amount of replayability there, you could do and see basically everything there was to see in probably 30 to 40 hours if you're really pushing it. But you compare that to Fallout 2, and it's much longer. Like the story itself, if you go in completely blind, I would say will probably run you between 30 and 40 hours. However, there is a ton of side content in this game, so you could easily spend 80 hours plus on a single playthrough, depending on how specifically you want to dive into those things, I would say. And also, while we're at it, in addition to being a much longer story, it actually also adds a ton of options. There's just a lot more opportunity to roleplay your character, which definitely makes it feel a bit more defined than the first game, because while there were, of course, role-playing options in the first game, it was pretty straight and to the point, so it kind of was a little difficult, in my opinion, to really feel attached to your character because the game wrapped up so quickly. Whereas there's just so much to do in Fallout 2 with your character, I feel like you're really going to become attached to that person and kind of decide who that person is for yourself. And in that way, from a role-playing perspective, I think Fallout 2 does a much better job with the story about letting you make the character you want to make. And then last thing about the story, I want to actually talk about the last boss. So a bit of spoilers here without too much context, but Frank Horrigan is an amazing last boss. He has 999 HP, I believe, which is like the max amount possible. He also does an insane amount of damage, and while it is absolutely possible to kill him via combat, they also made several other ways around him, where if you, for instance, have a high speech and a decent amount of science, it's actually pretty easy to kill him without barely touching him yourself at all. Though, unlike the original game, there is no complete speech option to just completely bypass the fight like there was with the Master. But my favorite thing, honestly, about the Frank Horrigan fight
that's wild,
is
you
his
guys.
death animation, because it's honestly incredible. But I actually lied.
So
One more
this
thing
is,
about the story I want to mention before we move
Fallout
on.
2
My only real gripe with the
gameplay,
main
I
story
guess.
is that it can feel a little convoluted depending on how you tackled the
Right.
exploration of the
Watching
game.
Fallout 2
Because it's
stuff,
very
right?
easy to find out a lot of different stuff at a lot of different times,
Sure.
which can honestly make the main
making
story
sure
of the
you
game
guys-
a little hard to follow, because a lot of the context and everything comes from exploring the optional areas and then downloading information from holodisks, which is a really clunky mechanic, to be honest. So it can be difficult to get the information that makes the main story make more sense, especially someone who's not familiar with how these old games play. I could see the main story being a bit convoluted because a lot of the information is, again, locked away in side areas, which can be a little frustrating in my opinion. But moving on, let's talk about character creation a little bit. Now, this, of course, uses the Fallout Special system from the first game, and it is primarily the same as the first game. I talked about it a good bit in that review, so here I want to talk more about the things that changed, or at least a little bit of the
Wow.
stuff that changed. Now, at its core, we still have the same thing. We pick our attributes from the Special acronym. Those attributes define our base amount of skills. We can pick some traits, which give us a benefit in exchange for a detriment, and then as we level up, we will get some perks. Now, there were some refinements made to how some of this stuff actually worked. For instance, the Outdoorsman skill was almost useless in the first game. Not completely, but mostly. Whereas in the second game, it's much more important, primarily because it will let you skip combat encounters out in the open world, the random encounters it is. You'll get an option to just bypass them. And that is important because apparently the rate of random encounters was actually determined by your CPU's processor speed. You'll actually see a lot more random encounters in Fallout 2 than you are supposed to, I guess would be the way to put it. So having a high Outdoorsman skill, especially these days in this game, is almost essential, because otherwise you were just going to be bombarded with random encounters and it gets pretty annoying pretty quickly. But there was a lot of stuff like that done just across the board. For instance, a lot of the skills are represented as skill checks in a lot of the side content. And while in Fallout 1, with the level cap being 21, it very much so felt like you could potentially make a character that was a bit of a dud. Whereas in Fallout 2, the level cap is actually 99, which means while your character will start the game a little weak, that higher level cap, honestly, if you grind it out or use an exploit
You know what?
after you
Since Buddy
finish the
doesn't
game,
have
I don't
any
wanna say
background
exploit,
music, I'm going to throw
devs
some
added it to the
background
game,
music
but
on.
there is a feature that unlocks after you beat the last boss
Actually
that will actually
testing
just
out
let you
some other
power
music.
level your character to like level 99 in a few minutes. At that point, your character
shit.
basically becomes a god among men. That said, the beginning of the game is much more focused on melee characters, which is probably something to keep in
Sorry,
mind
you
during
guys.
character creation.
Fix that.
You can get by the early game without being a melee-focused character, but it is going to be a little more difficult for you because you don't start the game with a gun, and ammo is a little sparse right at the beginning. That said, the developers seem to know this because there are a few trainers in the early game that will actually boost up your melee skill a bit, which can help you out quite a lot. Now, before we move on to
Way
world
too
building,
loud
I did
still.
want to mention as well that there are a lot of options in the menus and stuff to adjust combat difficulty, the speed of animation, so you can speed up combat a ton. And there's a lot of options in the option menu to actually make playing this
that
older
better?
game much less of a chore. So if you're looking to play this older title for yourself, I would say definitely explore those options in the menu to
You
make
guys
it less
know
of
my
a hassle for
music,
yourself,
right?
as some of the games
Not
have
my
been clunky.
music,
But with
the
that out of the
music
way,
that I
let's
use.
talk world building. So world building, as I mentioned, this game largely focused to expand on basically everything that the first game did.
Right.
Functionally speaking, the world is about probably twice the size of the first game, with many, many more locations and side areas. A lot of the locations themselves are just bigger in general than the first game. There's a ton of stuff to find, a ton of stuff to explore, and it is a game that is honestly kind of just packed with content considering the year it came out. But that said, it does function much the same. There is a world map that you'll be traveling along. which will transport you from location to location, or the cities, etc. While traveling that world map, you can hit random encounters, like I already mentioned. However, even this saw a bit of an expansion, because in this particular title, you can get a functional car. It does have to be fixed and then bought, and then you can actually upgrade it as well, but you have to keep the car charged with either energy cells or microfusion cells, which can be a little annoying, to be honest, but it's not so bad once you get later in the game. And then from there, a lot of the world building is kind of centered around, again, on just expanding everything from the first game. We see a ton of stuff around the FEV and how it has been used in experiments, etc., to kind of alter what the FEV does. We see the expansion of the sort of tribalism that early humans are actually known for, and kind of makes sense in a post-apocalypse world. We also see this on display later in New Vegas, because New Vegas took a lot of its world building from Fallout 1 and 2. And luckily, a lot of this expansion comes with, again, just tons of more ways to roleplay your character through just straight up more options, as well as more skill checks. The karma system is even more relevant in this game. In the first game, the karma system was largely irrelevant. However, in the second game, it's much more important. Having negative traits, like for instance, killing a kid in game will give you the child killer traits, if you will, and some like NPCs just won't deal with you. If you have that, you can become a slaver, which will give you a tattoo on your forehead, and then some NPCs, etc., won't talk to you. All that kind of stuff. There's just a lot more actions to take, and there's a lot more consequences to those actions. And in that way, the world does kind of really feel alive, which for a game that came out in 1998 is genuinely impressive. However, it's not without its detriments, because the other thing that all this expansion actually did is to see in probably 30 to 40 hours if you're really pushing it. It is an action point turn-based system. Every round you can take actions that cost action points until you've used all of your action points. And this goes for your enemies as well as your companions, which we'll talk about in a minute. And by and large, combat is much the same. However, it does spice up the progression a bit. In Fallout 1, there was a very, very clear-cut progression to basically any kind of build. However, in Fallout 2, they added a ton of weapons, as well as armors, etc., and there is a lot more nuance to what is the best in any given situation, as opposed to a clear-cut, this is the best for this type of build that we saw in the original game. So in that way, they actually did expand combat a little bit in Fallout 2, which was primarily done through gear and variations thereof. But truthfully, the combat is not bad by any means, but if you're playing this old game, I imagine the combat is likely going to be the worst part of it for you. Not to say it's impossible or just beyond terrible or anything, it's just real average in a game that is otherwise really great. Now, let's talk companions. There are, I believe, 14 permanent companions. Some of those companions are intended to be a detriment to you, such as the pariah dog or potentially your spouse if you got a bit of a shotgun marriage in MODOK. Those companions are actually not good, and they count against your companion limit, because you're only allowed to have a number of companions equal to, I believe it is, half your charisma. And these detrimental companions take up those slots until you either get them killed or get them out of your party in another way, because the detrimental companions are often unable to be just shooed away like a regular companion. Now that said, the companions themselves, they do have a bit more story than the original game's companions, which only had 4 companions to begin with. We actually do see a repeat in Dogmeat through a special encounter, but other than that, they're pretty much all new. And again, they actually do have a bit of story, and they do have interactions with the world, but because of the pretty tight party limit, it can be hard to see or use all of them in a single playthrough. They absolutely can die, that's very simple, but one of the big upgrades companions saw in this game is the inclusion of combat AI for them, if you will. In the first game, companions were actually added as a bit of an afterthought, which led them to run on a script rather than be coded into the game properly, which is why they behave like just idiots in the first game. Whereas in the second game,
one song that I had a long time ago by somebody
for how you want that companion to behave. And in addition to those things, you can also set their equipment and trade with them much more efficiently. So companions saw a huge upgrade just in the amount of story they actually got, as well as the upgrades to being able to control them and use them in combat so they don't, die or hit you more than they hit the enemy, for instance. Now, from there, let's talk some positives and negatives and wrap this up. On the positive end of things, the game holds up really well in terms of the actual content. I think the story's pretty fun. There's a lot of options that make playing this game, even as old as it is, honestly a lot easier than a great many older CRPGs. This is a pretty easy title to jump into. In addition, there's just tons of content. These older CRPGs tend to be a little short, but Fallout 2 is probably one of the longest of the older ones for sure. Combine that with what I personally am a sucker for, and that is just all of this opportunity to roleplay your character. In Fallout 2, there is a main story, yes, but how you approach it and being who you want to be is kind of at the forefront of how you do all of this stuff.
I'm glad I'm watching videos
again, especially as old as this game is, instead of just how much role-playing was available to you. And while there are parts where I would have preferred a few more options, that type of thing, it nonetheless has aged incredibly well, all things considered. Now, no game is without its negatives, so let's talk about those. For starters, the inventory system is hot garbage. On top of that, the base game has limited saves. This is something that mods have solved if that's of interest to you, but the base game only lets you keep 10 saves, which is pretty restrictive for a game that has as much content that you would like to do something like, save scum to see the branching options type of stuff. Without a mod, the game is really not built for that. Also, It's possible to dig yourself into a bit of a hole in the early game, less so in the late game as you have more options, but it is very possible to create a character that just gets stuck in a situation they can't really get out of due to how the beginning of the game is structured, again around melee characters being a little more viable through the early hours of the game, which makes it very possible to get a character just kind of stuck if you don't know what you're doing, which can be a little frustrating. And for a game that otherwise holds up very well and is easy for people to jump into, I found that especially annoying, especially with the combination of the limited save system. Now, my only real other negative for this game is that the story, again, doesn't always make the most sense depending on how you approached it. So while they have these really broad, open objectives, it's possible to get places or trigger things to happen in a sequence that doesn't make the most sense, I would say. And again, a lot of the context for a lot of actions that are taking place tend to be locked off in side areas that you may or may not ever see, which when combined with the kind of fourth wall references and stuff that happen throughout the game, I found a little off-putting. And I think that's why, in general, the story stands out a little less than, say, the confrontation with the Master. Not to say Fallout 2 doesn't have its really great moments or anything, but in my opinion, that's where it falls flat just a little bit. Now, before we wrap this up and draw a conclusion, I did want to mention one thing that I wasn't really sure where to put anywhere else, and that is that, frankly, I loved the Enclave oil rig. So this is the very end of the game. It's like the last dungeon, if you will, and there's just so many options and so many ways to approach handling everything that is going on in that oil rig. I was enthralled, honestly. That is hands down the best part of the game, in my opinion. Seeing it all wrap up, finally getting answers to questions, and just all the ways you can approach everything going on in that oil rig, which all then culminates with a boss fight that is incredibly memorable, especially depending on how you approached it. Hands down, the best part of this game, in my opinion, is the Enclave oil rig, and I really wanted to put that somewhere in this review, so there you go. Now, in terms of a conclusion, I think there are parts of Fallout 2 that are honestly a little annoying. Like I mentioned, all the fourth wall stuff, some of the clunkiness around the inventory, etc. But in spite of those things, Fallout 2 is a surprisingly large game with a ton of ways to roleplay. And the fact that this title came out in the same year as Baldur's Gate is kind of insane to me, really. But it's very easy to play Fallout 1 and 2 and see why they became the gigantic franchise that they became. And while I personally do prefer more high fantasy settings, it is very easy to see why people love this series so much after you play a title like Fallout 2. There you go, guys. There is my sort of retrospective review of Fallout 2. I certainly hope you enjoyed it. If you did, by all means, subscribe, stick around. I do all sorts of CRPG stuff, and I've reviewed a ton of CRPGs if you want my thoughts on those as well. And maybe even consider joining the channel as a member if you feel so inclined. But regardless of any of that, truly, just thank you so much for watching. May you wander in wisdom, and have an amazing day.
Okay. I'm good. Alright, let's check out Fallout 3 story summary. See if we can find a good one, short one. 1 month ago? No. Not a story explained but badly? No, not that one. Ridiculous recap? Garbage review? No. 3 11-minute summary? 10 years ago? Oh, dude. Could have swore that game just came out like a couple months ago. You know what I mean? For Fallout 3 complete 30 videos? No. Story lore. No, let's just go to that other one we're looking at. Yeah, 11-minute summary. Let's see.
War.
War. Pause it. Wait, hold on a minute. There it is. Why is that? Oh. You guys see, Alright, you see it. The color behind me. Let me turn on game so you don't see those. There. Rainbow colors down there. There we go.
War never changes. Since the dawn of humankind, when our ancestors first discovered the killing power of rock and bone, blood has been spilled in the name of everything from God.
Yeah. we want... Damn, dude. How are we gonna do this? The best way to check if I have copyright music is if I play it and then see if YouTube tells me later that, oh, this music's copyright, take it down. I'll have to take it down, but sometimes, man, like say I got, got the okay to play this music, but then all of a sudden they're like, nope, can't play that music, bro. And it's like, oh, dude, petition, but like, who's really gonna look at that? All right, we're gonna play the video. Here we go. All right, 1, 2, 3. Even though we're not counting
justice,
I mean,
simple psychotic rage.
Syncing it with each other, streaming it, live partying it, watch party.
In the year 2077, after millennia of armed conflict, the destructive nature of man could sustain itself no longer.
Oh yeah?
The world was plunged into an abyss of nuclear fire and radiation. But it was not, as some had predicted, the end of the world. Instead, the apocalypse was simply the prologue to another bloody chapter of human history. For man had succeeded in destroying the world, but war never changes. In the early days, thousands were spared the horrors of the Holocaust by taking refuge in enormous underground shelters known as vaults. But when they emerged, they had only the hell of the wastes to greet them. All except those in Vault 101. For on that fateful day, when fire rained from the sky, the giant steel door of Vault 101 slid closed and never reopened. It was here you were born.
Vault 101, you guys. And here's where you'll die. Nice, thanks.
No one ever enters, and no one ever leaves.
2277, huh?
You gotta take a break to bring you a message from Nuka-Cola. Did you happen to notice on the hill just before we came up to this ridge how many times you saw the name Brad Burton? John Calais Brad Burton. Why, he's the founder of this miraculous product we like to call Nuka-Cola. Made it back in 2044, kids, that's right. Why, that's the root and sweetness cola you can buy in these here United States of America. Maybe remember some of its other flavors like cherry and clear. As a matter of fact, I remember nights when me and the missus used to stay up all night drinking Nuka-Cola clear and just playing bingo in our underwear. Why, those were grand evenings, and afterwards, we would eat dill pickles out of a glass jar. Those were fine times with a Nuka-Cola clear in your hands, let me tell you that, children. But enough about me.
I'll tell you what.
I want to introduce something.
This is really from the game?
From them smart folks over at Nuka-Cola. This here delicious delectable is called Nuka-Cola Quantum. It's got twice the calories, twice the carbohydrates, twice the caffeine, and twice the taste of regular Nuka-Cola, children. That's one whopping soda that you get to drink down on a fine summer's eve.
You probably shouldn't drink that.
Your dog Rover. Now, you may be wondering why I had a strange glow about it. Well, let me tell you something, children. The fine folks over at Nuka-Cola have added the world's finest isotopes right into the mix of classic Nuka-Cola to make a unique blend that is tastier than anything on this God's green earth. Well, I dare you to find a better soda than Nuka-Cola. Enjoy our quantum, cowpokes.
That really was from the game. That's wild.
What? Oh, this is how I want to wake up every morning. How you doing?
You've got to wake up.
What is it? I was just dreaming about you.
Don't be a smart mouth. This is serious.
I'm always a smart
My
mouth.
father's men are looking.
That's why I LP.
They've already killed Jonas. You've got to get out of here.
What? Jonas is dead? What the hell is going on?
He's left the vault.
Dude!
My father thinks Jonas helped him escape. So he had his men.
Dude.
My God, they killed him. They just beat him and wouldn't stop.
What?
Yeah, it's lucky I got here ahead of them. But we can't stand here talking. You've got to get out of here.
Hell yeah, I'm getting out of here.
I'm sorry, but I think you'll have to follow your dad. You'll have to
Okay.
escape from the vault.
How do I do that?
Maybe it isn't any of my business, but didn't your dad tell you that he was leaving?
Dude, I haven't heard of anything in the past 3 years. Have you aged? I can't tell.
Man, who did this video? It sounds like it's so delirious.
I'm sorry. I'm sure he had his reasons. Maybe Jonas was supposed to explain everything to you?
I don't know.
But it doesn't matter. I can help you escape. I have my own plan.
Sweet. How?
Listen. There's a secret tunnel that leads directly from my father's office to the exit. You'll have to hack the computer in his office to open it. Use these to get into his office. That's how I always get in.
Okay. 10 bobby pins. Escape! No. Must be nice.
One more thing. I stole my father's pistol. I hope you won't need it, but you'd better take it just in case.
I'm a doctor.
I'm a housewife. I'm a volunteer inspector. I don't know what I'm gonna be.
Now, finding your future is easy with the Generalized Occupational Aptitude Test.
Get a job at 6.
See how easy it is.
Find your new career.
Oh yeah, I'm down. Oh, you guys, am I gonna get written up for this music? Hopefully not, because this guy used it for his video. But if he purchased the rights for this video, then he's probably gonna get stripped. Struck. My stream time at 3:08. What I'll do is I'll drop a stream marker at a certain time.
I don't the world.
Wow, you guys.
I'm tickled pink that things are rosy and skies are blue.
Which one was after Fallout 3? Was it 76 or 4?
Go bye-bye. No more will I sigh or cry. I'm tickled pink, the moon is yellow, and I'm your fellow tonight. Soon we'll greet that red letter day.
Love me as though there were
Okay.
no tomorrow.
Good stuff. That was Fallout 3. Now, what came next? Let me check real quick. Alright. Fallout 2, Tactics, Brotherhood of Steel 3 that we just checked out. Oh, it cuts off at 3 on me. View more items. New Vegas. Fallout 4. I guess we could order of release. Here we go. 3, New Vegas, Shelter, 4, and then 76. Wow. Fallout Shelter came out in 2015. Feels like so long ago. I mean, it doesn't feel like that long ago it came out, but that's so long ago that it did come out. 9 years ago? Really? And Fallout 4 the next year, 2016, that's still a long time ago. 8 years ago. And then Fallout 76 was 2018. Where's the next Fallout game, you guys? We got a show. We're gonna get a game after the show, maybe? Is the show just to advertise for the game? Wow. Alright, let's see. So after 3, I don't really care to look at the New Vegas one. Fallout Shelter is the one on the game, right? On the game, on the phone, right? I told you I'm tired, you guys. Let's just go to 4. Do 4, and then we'll do 76. Ooh, in 3 minutes? No, we want a little more meat than that. Fallout 4 story recap in. Oh, hello! Hello, my friend. This is my fat face. We love her very much. What do you need? What can I do for you? What do you want? Okay, bye. Main story only? Let's do it. Let's do it!
8 Sleep Pod Cover.
No,
it's a liquid-cooled mattress
though.
topper that is clinically proven to give you better sleep. So let me tell you.
Noting that this game does have some choice-dependent narrative lines. I can obviously only show you my story playthrough, but I will highlight when other options are available. We start the game by creating and naming our playable character. I decided to call mine Dane. I have no idea why. At the time it sounded
Dane,
cool.
huh?
15 minutes later, I hated it, but by that point it was too late. Dane is an ex-military man who now lives in a nice suburban town called Sanctuary Hills with his wife Nora, which is a set name. Obviously, I would have called her Dane Ella. Alongside Nora, we have our son Sean, very cute, and Codsworth, who is our robot butler. Basically, your Amazon Alexa in 20 years' time. While kicking back at home, a salesman arrives at the door. He is from a company called Vaultec, who manufacture underground vaults designed to protect people in the event of a nuclear
some of
war.
my new tunes.
The salesman tells us that due to our previous services in the military, we and all of our family are entitled to a place in the nearby vault. I think great, probably won't ever need to worry about a nuclear war though, right? 10 minutes later, a nuclear war begins. A news report on the TV tells us so, and we all begin to bloody panic. We run to the nearby vault, which is already guarded by military personnel. Ironically, the Vaultec salesman is denied access, but fuck him, we're allowed in. As we descend, we see a nuclear missile.
Alright. We'll see how it goes with the tune. buddy back on.
Drop and destroy the place we have called home. A close shave, but we are alive and now inside the vault. We are given an orientation and handed some rather dashing blue suits. We're told to climb inside a decontamination pod and change into our dashing blue suit. We climb in with Nora and Sean in the pod opposite. Suddenly, a countdown starts and the screen fades to white, suggesting that we have actually been frozen and the decontamination pod is actually a cryo chamber. An unknown amount of time later, we awaken and hear an alarm citing that a manual override has been activated. We see two mysterious figures who open Nora's pod. The female figure tries to take Sean, but Nora, confused and still, well, frankly, defrosting, refuses. The man then shoots our beloved wife. Now at this point, I may have only known my wife for 10 minutes, but I can say that they were the happiest 10 minutes of my life, aside from the nuclear bomb element. The man approaches our chamber and says, and leaves before we are frozen. Another period of time passes and we awaken again, with the alarm stating some kind of error has occurred. We get out of the pod and approach our dead frozen wife. We emotionally vow to find Sean and whoever did this.
I'll find who did this, and I'll get Sean back.
We also take her wedding ring to sell on Facebook Marketplace. Through terminal entries inside the vaults, we learned that the whole purpose of Vault 111 was a scientific experiment to study the effects of humans frozen in a cryogenic pod. We exit the vault and discover the world in a decimated state. The nuclear fallout has destroyed the planet. We make it back to a destroyed and empty sanctuary. However, we soon stumble across our old butler, Codsworth, who is still maintaining our garden. Good lad. Codsworth, who is over the moon to see his master, explains that it has been 210 years since the bombs dropped, meaning that we have been frozen for all of that time. Our robot friend suggests travelling to Concord, the nearest big town, to try and find help in finding Sean. On the way, we meet an abandoned dog. He is a good doggy, he is named Dogmeat, and he accompanies us on our journey. In Concord, we find a group of people trapped and under attack from a bunch of raiders. We save the group and fight off the attackers. The leader introduces himself as Preston Garvey of the Minutemen. The Minutemen are a volunteer militia designed to keep the Commonwealth safe. However, it has recently fell on hard times and Preston is one of the few remaining members. After helping the group, they settle in Sanctuary and Preston outlines his plans to rebuild the Minutemen and create an alliance of settlements around the Commonwealth. He then says,
I've had word from a settlement asking for help.
And I'm like, okay, great, I'll add that to my to-do list because right now I'm in a bit of a rush to find my kidnapped son. Get used to this. We head to Diamond City, which is one of the largest settlements in the area, housed inside an old sports arena. When approaching the gates, we see a journalist named Piper.
I know this game came out
now,
like
please note, if you're playing the game,
9 years
Piper
ago or
may
whatever,
look
but it
slightly different
still
to mine.
kind of looks
I have
pretty
installed a
bad.
mod
It doesn't
to
look
make her
that
more,
great.
refined. We
You know
help
what I mean?
Piper get
I don't know.
inside and we meet with the mayor. He explains that Piper causes problems
Ooh,
through her
you guys
newspaper
hear
and
that?
printing stories
Oh, it's a
about
loud boom,
the
but
Institute.
far away.
Now, the Institute is a boogeyman-like figure in the
Far
game.
away loud.
They are a secret organization that has been terrifying the Commonwealth by kidnapping people and replacing them with synths, which are synthetic humans who are indistinguishable from real humans. Still with me? Good. During this time, Preston approaches us again and says,
I've had word from a settlement asking for help.
we explain our story to the mayor and he tells us to contact the private detective Nick Valentine. When entering his detective agency, his assistant Ellie tells us that he has actually got
Sorry, I paused it because I want to hear the music for a second, and for YouTube to hear the music for a second. YouTube will let me know if it's owned by somebody and I'm not allowed to play it. Not bad. I hope they let me keep it. Yeah, I like it. Alright, sorry.
gone missing. A few hours of missions later and we find Nick and return him home.
Pretty
Nick
good.
is himself a synth, but one of the early generation ones, meaning that he still looks like a robot, but does seem to possess human intelligence and emotions. We then sit down and tell him our story. After describing the man who took Sean, Nick claims it sounds like a man named Kellogg who used to live in Diamond City. With the help of dog meat, we manage to follow his scent from his old home to his new hideout. When inside, we confront the man who cryptically tells us that Sean is inside the Institute and is safe. We then say,
Oh, I'm ready.
Yeah, I have
Question is,
are you a 2-hour track of stupid commercials. I have a 2-hour track of supposed non-copyright music, and 19 minutes into the track there's one song that's copywritten, and yeah, janked up the whole track. So that's how it goes. Just gotta figure it out, you know what I mean? Alright, we'll listen to that song. What's the next one? Dance of the Dystopian. Which reminds me of like fantasy knockoff, Zelda knockoff, maybe. I like it. Hopefully it's not written. Hopefully it's not written up. Oh, so tired, so sleepy, man. Woke up early this morning. Let's see, we were up late. Hear that? We're up late. I got up early. Late again right now. That should have been enough to let YouTube let me know.
Kellogg was not ready. Before moving on, we undress Kellogg and wear his clothes because that is what you do in these types of games. We also learn that Kellogg was enhanced by many Institute cybernetics and take his cybernetic brain implants with us to sell on Facebook Marketplace. When leaving the hideouts, we see a huge ship flying by. This is the Brotherhood of Steel, a military organization, although their motives are unclear. More on them later. Meanwhile, Preston says, pretty much at a loss about how to find the Institute.
Yeah.
Nick suggests we approach a Dr. Mari,
We're gonna be calling it a night here soon, you guys.
Memories. Using these cybernetic
Got one more
brain
video
implants
of
that we took from
Fallout
Kellogg,
to watch
she
after
manages
this.
to recreate some of his memories. We see the kidnapping of Sean from Kellogg's point of view, and Sean, seemingly older, being raised by the mercenary. Within the memories, an Institute member arrives and tells Kellogg that they're taking Sean off him, and his new assignment is to track down a scientist called Virgil who has escaped from the Institute. We learn that Virgil is hiding out in the glowing sea, which is the area
like your,
directly where the bomb dropped, so it's highly radioactive and is a pretty much lifeless area.
companion.
We find Virgil in a cave, and it appears that he looks like your mum. Virgil is
shit.
what is known
Oh,
as
fuck.
a super mutant. These are found around the
Shots
map
fired,
and
you
are
guys.
aggressive and exceptionally strong human beings who have mutated. Virgil, however, seems to still be human, bar his appearance. Virgil explains that the Institute can't be found because it is in fact underground, and the only way to enter is via teleportation. To be able to do this, we must first acquire a chip from an Institute Courser. Institute Coursers are basically these guys. Highly skilled and trained operatives which occasionally have to operate above the surface. We track down a Courser and kill him to acquire his chip. Meanwhile, we meet a Brotherhood of Steel soldier named Paladin Dance. We save him and help him during a mission. As a reward, we are allowed to access the Brotherhood's airship and are enrolled into their ranks by their leader, Elder Maxon. We return to Dr. Amari to find out if she can decode the Courser chip. She cannot, but she tells us to find the Railroad, another secret organization which is said to help rogue synths escape from the Institute.
Next up, the Railroad. Choo-choo.
The not-so-secret organization is tracked down pretty easily, and we meet their leader, Desdemona. After winning her trust, we are enrolled into their ranks and help them on their missions. Within the railroad is a tech whiz called Tinker Tom, who helps us decode the chip. With the information from the chip, we return to Virgil, who provides us with the blueprints to build a teleportation device that will get us inside the Institute. At this point, we can choose to build the teleportation device with either the Railroad, the Minutemen, or the Brotherhood of Steel. I chose the Minutemen, and Sturgis, one of Preston's gang, builds the device inside Sanctuary Hills. Whilst we're back in Sanctuary, Preston approaches us and says,
I've had word from a settlement asking for help.
We successfully teleport into the Institute and discover it is a huge scientific facility with pretty advanced technology. When inside, we find Sean. Easy as pie. Let's go home. However, just between me and you, Sean is a bit fucking weird and starts to freak out, but I'm not entirely sure why Dane thinks that Sean, who last saw him when he was a baby in arms, would recognise him. Next thing we know, this creepy old dude walks in and mutters a code, which seems to shut Sean down, suggesting that Sean is actually a synth. What? Wait, it gets weirder, folks. The creepy wizard dude states that he is known as Father and is the leader of the Institute. But get ready for this bombshell.
Alright, we're taking the next song. Letting you two listen to this for a sec. Let me know what you think, YouTube. Yeah, dude. I picked some good ones. Spent a couple hours listening to, copyright free music, and whatever I liked I downloaded. And this is what I ended up with.
Yeah,
it's me. I am Sean. I am your son.
Yep, Father tells us that he is Sean, therefore our son, so we are the father to Father. Okay, a pretty huge plot hole here because Dane already knows that 210 years have passed since the bombs first went off, but didn't consider the possibility that Sean was actually taken a long time ago. Sean was taken by Kellogg as the Institute wanted to use a pure human who hadn't been exposed to radiation as the base for their new generation of synths. They learned of the vault and entered and captured Sean. We were intended to be the backup should anything go wrong with Sean, and was refrozen for 60 more years. Right, who's still with me? Doesn't matter, we're continuing anyway. Pretty torn at this point on where our loyalties lie, we begin helping the Institute, carrying out tasks for them above ground. The Institute's motives are pretty cloudy. They claim they're using science to build a better future, but seem to show a disregard and disdain for those above the surface, and confirm the rumours that they are replacing humans with synths as a means to control what happens on the surface. We also continue working for the Railroad and the Brotherhood. Both see the Institute as an enemy and want us to work as a double agent inside there. Sean later reveals during a heart-to-heart that he was responsible for us being unfrozen in the vaults as he wanted to meet us. The Railroad inform us that they have an inside man in the Institute, a synth who wants to help other synths escape and be free. Together with the Railroad, we devise a plan to help break them out. Back in Sanctuary, Preston says,
I've had word from a settlement asking for help.
Meanwhile, Sean calls a meeting and drops another bloody bombshell. He's dying of cancer. So after all this time, surviving 210 years on ice, reaching the surface, tracking down the elusive Institute, and finally finding our son, we now learn that he's about to die. Great. After this news, Sean announces us as his successor.
Let me know, YouTube. Go forward a little bit. If there's drops. No? Really? Okay.
Meaning upon his death, we will become the leader of the Institute. Sean also reveals his new nuclear reactor designed to produce a sustainable flow of power to the Institute without relying on outside sources. At this point, we reach the end game, and your choices determine how the game will end. Each faction in the game will essentially ask you to destroy the other ones, and you must choose which one you want to stick with. With all the factions being somewhat shady, I decided the ones with the most pure motives were the Railroad, and we finalise our plan with them to infiltrate the Institute and save the rebel synths. Before we can enact it, we are informed that the Brotherhood of Steel have discovered the location of the Railroad. We head there and save the day by killing the attackers, and then proceed to end the Brotherhood for good. We infiltrate their airship and slaughter those on board before blowing it up. Meanwhile, back in the Institute, we, with the help of the rebel synths, manage to take over the command room and teleport in our allies from the Railroad. This leads to a huge battle in which it would seem even unarmed scientists are not safe.
We win.
Rest in peace. The Railroad win the battle, and we find Sean dying in his bed. Sean reveals his disappointment in us before asking to be left alone. He cannot be interacted with beyond this point. Before leaving, we rig the nuclear reactor and are approached
Alright, let's just check the song real quick. Let YouTube listen in. Let me know, YouTube.
by Synth Sean, who is now like, hey dad, yeah, I know it's you, blah blah blah. He wants to come with us, and I think, yeah, you know what, fuck it, he can work on one of Preston's settlements, shoveling cow shit. On the outside, we find a nice scenic view and detonate the nuclear reactor, blowing up and ending the Institute for good. Something which never really sat right with me. Why blow up all that technology? But still, the game forced us to. The other endings see you side with the Brotherhood and destroy the Institute, and the Railroad, or side with the Institute, become the leader after Sean's death, and then destroy the Railroad and the Brotherhood. And afterwards, Preston says,
I've had word from a settlement asking for help.
And finally, I have a bit of time to help him. That's what happens in Fallout 4. Thank you for watching. Road or side never really blah 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 alone. He cannot be approached.
So
blah
real
blah
quick.
can work on one of Preston's settlements, shoveling cow shit. On the outside, we find a nice scenic view and detonate the nuclear reactor, blowing up and ending the Institute for good. Something which never really sat right with me. Why blow up all that technology? But still, the game forced us to. The other endings see you side with the Brotherhood and destroy the Institute, and the Railroad, or side with the Institute, become the leader after Sean's death, and then destroy the Railroad and the Brotherhood. And afterwards, Preston says,
I've had word from a settlement asking for help.
And finally, I have a bit of time to help him. That's what happens in
Okay.
Fallout 4. Thank you for watching.
Oh yeah, see what's up with this one. If it's any good, Google, let me know. Story of Fallout 76 in 10 minutes. It actually was Fallout 76. Yeah, 5 to 10 minute one.
Learning and using ChatGPT the right way could double your productivity, but there are 100 different AI apps you probably need.
Stupid commercial.
Hello, I'm the Irresolute Cartographer, and this is the story of Fallout 76 in about 10 minutes. Fallout 76 takes place in part of the region of the United States known as Appalachia. While this real-world region stretches from Mississippi to New York State, Fallout 76 primarily focuses on the land around West Virginia. Before the war, the Appalachia of the Fallout universe was a land of contrasts. It was home to some of the richest and some of the poorest people in America. The environment ranged from near pristine natural beauty to industrial wasteland. The automation of the economy was more entrenched than anywhere else in the country. The pinnacles of this technology were the automated nuclear missile silos, capable of launching and reloading themselves many times, and Watoga, the city of the future, where a robotic staff performed almost all the labor. By 2077, the inequality, unemployment, shortages, and corporate overreach led to massive protests and even riots that verged on an uprising. All of this came to an end on Saturday, October 23rd,
Alright. Sorry. Checking the music again.
2077, when the war with the People's Republic of China turned nuclear. Appalachia does appear to have been struck twice at some unknown facility, but otherwise was more affected by the fallout from direct hits in other states. The early days of the post-war would serve to birth three major factions that would rise in the years to come. Most cities collapsed soon after the bombs, but in Charleston, the emergency services persevered. These police officers, firefighters, and medical professionals took their reins from the faltering state government and organized themselves into a governing body known as the Responders. Resort goers that had arrived for some early season skiing sought assistance in Charleston but were turned away. They returned to the mountains empty-handed as the coldest winter on record set in. These events taught many of these former vacationers that if there was something they needed, they would have to take it. A squad of Army Rangers named Taggarty's Thunder after their CO, Lieutenant Elizabeth Taggarty, had been wargaming in Appalachia when the bombs came down. After taking shelter in a cave, they made contact with Lieutenant Taggarty's old friend, Captain Roger Maxson in California. As the winds of winter roared in, the Rangers decamped to the mountains for an old survivalist training camp. When the snows thawed in the valleys, the responders began to reach out to their neighbors around Charleston and Morgantown. When the summer rolled around and the snow in the mountains finally thawed, they ventured up to the ski resorts, hoping to help those they'd had to turn away the previous fall. Their envoys were murdered in cold blood. The long, harsh winter had severely traumatized these former elites of society. The murder of the envoys would split them into 5 separate gangs: the brutal cutthroats, the reluctant diehards, the sneaky Blackwater bandits, the clever trappers, and the cannibalistic gourmands. Collectively, these gangs formed the Raiders of the Savage Divide. By the summer of the following year, members of the Free States movement emerged from their bunkers. Before the bombs, the actions of the American government had turned these Appalachians into separatist preppers, who prepared for the coming nuclear war by building their own bunkers. They'd managed to avoid the war as they were already underground when the bombs came down, having fled persecution by the government weeks before. When their leadership signaled an all clear, they ventured out to nearby Harper's Ferry, where they helped the survivors rebuild their city. The following year, they made contact with the responders, and cooperation between the two groups began. Soon after this, the Ranger group Taggarty's Thunder joined their brethren in California in the formation of the Brotherhood of Steel. The Appalachian Brotherhood sought to help survivors of the war and preserve the technology of the past. The Brotherhood and the responders also cooperated, with the responders providing material support while the Brotherhood provided combat support. The Raider attacks on the responders that had been initiated in the summer of 2078 reached a climax on Christmas Day 2082. After a botched raid on Charleston the night before, the Raiders blew the Summersville Lake Dam, flooding the old capital, killing hundreds. The responders regrouped and fled to Morgantown, where they reestablished themselves. They expanded.
Alright, hold on real quick so we can hear the song. See what YouTube thinks later.
Across the region, seeking resources and recruits from the ash heap to the toxic valley. Around this time, the people of Appalachia began to encounter new threats: small green liberator robots and hulking green super mutants.
Actually, I'm pretty
Both of these
sure
threats
this one's
were a result
copyright.
of the work of the Enclave. Under the White Spring Resort, the bunker supposedly
Maybe not.
Supposedly meant to shelter the United States Congress, was in fact in the hands of the incarnation of the military-industrial complex known as the Enclave. At the White Spring, the Enclave had a state-of-the-art bioweapons lab, a mutation serum program, and Modus, an AI overseeing facility. Under the command of Thomas Eckhart, the former Secretary of Agriculture, the overall goal of this cell of the Enclave was to continue the war with China. To do this, Eckhart needed control over the automated missile silos. Failsafes had been put in place to prevent a madman from single-handedly making nuclear war, and these had to be overcome. The biggest concern was the automated DEFCON system that required conditions to be dire enough to warrant a nuclear launch before one could take place. To trick this system, Eckhart had ordered the release of the Liberator bots and the reactivation of the FEV VATs at the local West Tech facility. While neither the bots nor the mutants were enough to warrant a launch, an experimental accident provided Eckhart with the means to his end. This accident caused a bat to mutate into a massive monster. These bats weren't just massive though, they carried a strange sickness that contaminated the environment and caused those infected by it to serve the bat. Rather than ordering the bat destroyed, Eckhart ordered the creation of more. For the time being, he kept these monsters a secret from his officer corps. When in the summer of 2086 the super mutant threat became too severe to ignore, the Responders and the Brotherhood worked together to defeat them. Though they succeeded in wiping the mutants out, it led to a cascade of events that resulted in the release of the giant bats, the destruction of the local Enclave cell, and the subsequent attack on Harper's Ferry by the giant bats. Named Scorch Beasts by the locals of Harper's Ferry, the bats destroyed 7 years of hard work in an hour, driving the terrified Free States out of Harper's Ferry and back to their bunkers. Unfortunately, the Responders didn't see the attack take place, and thus they dismissed the threat the Scorch Beasts posed to all of Appalachia. The success against the super mutants also coincided with a shifting of the mission of the Brotherhood of Steel from saving lives to preserving technology. The post-war society was shattered, with the Free States back underground and the Responders and the Brotherhood going their own way. While the Responders focused on helping survivors of the war, the Brotherhood moved to their new headquarters in an abandoned insane asylum they would rename Fort Defiance. While moving to their new home, the Brotherhood witnessed one of the Scorch Beasts come flying out of the bog. They realized the threat these monsters could pose to the entire region, so they began to battle them. As the war with the Scorch Beasts began to intensify, the Brotherhood went to the Responders looking for more supplies. The Responders were busy with their own problems, so they weren't thrilled with the increased demands. The valley north of Morgantown was becoming a sore spot for the Responders. An army of the diseased servants of the Scorched Beasts, known as the Scorched, were coming over the mountains in greater numbers. Meanwhile, the Free States were focusing on monitoring the movement of the Scorched in their lands, and began to establish a network of devices they called the Scorched Detection System. By 2094, the Scorched Beast threat was becoming apocalyptic. The Appalachian Brotherhood was fighting all out but making no progress. While the Western Brotherhood had been helpful in providing analysis and technological assistance to their Appalachian brethren, Elder Maxon refused to sanction the use of nuclear weapons against the Scorched Beasts. To make matters worse, the aging satellite network finally failed and the two halves of the Brotherhood lost touch. Desperate to stem the tide of the monsters, the Appalachian Brotherhood committed the bulk of their forces to Operation Touchdown, a mission meant to destroy the nests of the Scorched Beasts and prevent them from overrunning all of Appalachia. While the effort initially seemed successful, it wasn't long before the beasts were again darkening the skies. In August 2095, the Brotherhood fell to the Scorched Beasts, the remaining members fighting to their last breath. The fall of the Brotherhood finally alerted the Responders to the nature of the threat they posed. They consolidated their forces, began to work on a Scorched Plague inoculation, and committed their hazardous environment troops, the Fire Breathers, against the Scorched. It soon became clear that this was too little too late. By October 2096, the inoculation work had stalled. The Fire Breathers were dead, and the Scorched and the Scorched Beasts were closing in on Morgantown. In November 2096, the Responders' last stand at Morgantown Airport was crushed. In the mountains, few raiders remained by this point. By late 2096, 4 of the original 5 gangs had quit the territory or died to a combination of combat fatalities, disease, and auto-cannibalism, and the few remaining cutthroats were on their last legs. While the Free States would linger on in their bunkers, they suffered a rate of attrition that saw them eventually die out by late 2090 to early 2100. For about 5 years, Appalachia was a graveyard for humanity, stalked by a bevy of mutated monsters. That changed on Reclamation Day, October 23, 2102, when Vault 76 reopened. There were a handful of vaults in Appalachia. Most of these, Vaults 51, 63, 79, and 96, remained closed, while Vault 94 was actively poisoning the environment. When 76 opened, the best and brightest of pre-war America poured out. The former Vault dwellers began to form an understanding of how the post-war society had collapsed. They traveled to the lab where the Responders had worked on the Scorched Plague inoculation, and the dwellers finished the vaccine. They traveled into the mountains, where they learned the methods of the Raiders of the Savage Divide. They traveled to the bunkers of the Free States, and they completed their work on the Scorched Detection System. The dwellers learned about the Scorched Beasts from the notes of the Brotherhood of Steel. They then joined the Enclave in an effort to launch a nuke against the Scorched Beasts, and after becoming Enclave generals, the dwellers succeeded in killing the Scorched Beast Queen. Alright, that was an outline of the story of vanilla Fallout 76 in about 10 minutes. The lore of Fallout 76 goes far deeper than this, and I've produced numerous videos on the topic, so feel free to check them out if you're interested. This has been the Irresolute Cartographer. Thank you to my Patreon subscribers, and thank you for watching. I'll see you again next time.
Alright. That was it, not too bad. That was the Fallout timeline, more in depth, I guess. Been watching one video with a bunch of little stuff in it. I think we're gonna call it a night, you guys. It's been a long one. We were checking out some music, see if I get written up for it. Hopefully not. And this is like a 50-something minute track, and well, I'm not gonna know what's copywritten in this unless we play the whole thing. So I'm just gonna end my part of the stream, but leave the stream on with the tunes, and if I get copyright when it's all done, if it does, I gotta delete these tracks in my video, or mute it or whatever, trim it. But supposedly it's whatchamacallit, copyright free. Oh, we'll see you guys. Yeah, dude. Track's dope. Alright, you guys. I think we're gonna call it a night right here. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. Let's see. My streaming buddy for Twitch, YouTube, Rumble, Instagram, and Kick. I got you, Kick. And for X Twitter, it's my streaming bud, BUD, because my streaming buddy was already taken. Yeah. Anyways, well, thank you guys for being here. Thank you for hanging out. I hope you had your snacks and your drinks and everything. Good times. Enjoy your weekend. We'll be back possibly tomorrow for a quick little stream. If not, we'll definitely be back on maybe Sunday for an announcement. But if not, at the very least, we'll be back Monday for our Monster Monday. And yeah, thank you guys for being here. Thank you for watching. Monster Monday consists of Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon, and Digimon. 3 episodes of each one. So a nice 3-hour little watch party. So whoever's down, follow, subscribe, get notified for when I'm chilling, and we'll make some popcorn or some sort of food, and we'll hang out and we'll talk about it. All right, you guys. Have a good one. Peace out. We'll see you on the next one.
Bye.